And we are live! Hi, everybody! Ray, good to glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. By spoilers, mean anything from Endwalker. Anything else is fair game, because we're in Shadowbringers now, so we assume you know how we got here. Kiko, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Deathberry, good to glad to have you. Yes, I hope I hope you are having a great too, Deathberry. Greeting, I'm so happy my birthday fell on a Monday. Now I can celebrate it watching this stream and being with you all. Oh, it's your birthday! Happy birthday, Raven! That where the Americ cake came from? By the way, I never did. I totally forgot to look at the Americ cake. Let me real quick pull that up. Did you put that in screenshots and art? I'll find it later. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Lady, good to glad to have you. Howdy, just came in from such devastation. Running more tomes and consumables. Oh, duh. Thanks, V. Lady, good to glad. Tam, good to glad to have you. Happy Gaboo Day, Raven. Consumables. Oh my God. Let me pull it up. So for Raven's birthday. Oh, sorry. I just realized the names on stuff on it. My bad. But Raven got an Americ cake for their birthday. And holy moly, that is adorbs. And then you eating his head. Oh my God. That's very cute. It's very, very cute. Thank you for sharing that. Alara, good to see, glad to have you. Okay, guys. So it turns out you can't go into Zadnor without doing 5.4. So we're gonna go ahead and skip over Zadnor for now, and I think we'll retroactively go back to it later, maybe in the time between 6.x and 7.0. We'll see. But in the short term, we're gonna do our warm-up with Paladin. We're gonna do Faded Black Lotus, and then tomorrow we're gonna do the last quest. Today we're doing 5.4, and then tomorrow we're gonna do 5.5. Depending on how long that goes, we'll go into 5.55. I'm assuming it's gonna be pretty long, so we're probably just gonna do 5.5. But we'll see. We'll see. How y'all doing? Watching the MSQ playthrough, and I'm on that episode. I'll be running more tomes tonight, though. Oh, you were coming from our view of it. Any interesting tidbits to glean or note, lady, in your traversal back through the halls of time with these streams? I can only imagine either how much it's the exact same or how much everything's different. Oh, I don't know why I went a Chamber of Rule. I got so used to that for doing Paladin stuff. Gladiators Guilds. I'm doing pretty good, just tired today. How about you, Elio? Yeah, I'm a little bit of an upswing after having a lot of downswings lately. But also still, also dealing with tiredness. But it's kind of interesting because I'm in an upswing but still tired, which tells me, like, okay, the tiredness is kind of maybe a separate thing. But yeah, doing decent enough. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. Yeah. I'm also I spent a lot of the weekend preparing for moving. I'm going to be moving sometime probably at the end of May. So I've been packing up stuff. The stuff around me might not look that different for the short term, but all over to my left and everywhere else is chaos of boxes. And I had a big bonfire last night because I had a lot. I used to do a lot of work where I had like raw goods, like wood and stuff, and so. It's time, Elio. The Ul Cup final. You have what it takes to win. Just fight as you always do, and the rest will follow. Yeah, remember you're back in the Gladiator quests. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Tam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my regret to inform you that Black Lotus has withdrawn from the match. What? In the absence of an opponent, the winner of the Ul Cup final is Elio Forgerant by default. Hey, you don't think that those rumors could be true, do you? What, the Black Lotus is Aldous, the gladiator who was banished from the Colosseum? Seems a little far-fetched, but you never know these things. An unexpected turn of events. Black Lotus, the winner of the Nald group, has withdrawn. I repeat, Black Lotus has withdrawn. 12 in a tangle. What in blazes is going on? Oh, the good boy's coming here. We will relay further information as soon as more becomes available. Please bear with us. Hi. Hi. Can I help you? Do you want to say hi to the people? Did I start talking and now you think that, have you gotten a Pavlovian response, huh? Do you, like, know when I start talking to people, you might get a treat? Well, you are correct. What are you doing? There you go. Ugh. Also, creation of a lot of the emotes. Oh, cool. Yeah, a lot of them were made by someone else named Lady a while ago. However, she has since I don't know, got busy mainly. Deadpool has a quest for you. The quest is give Deadpool a treat. Quest complete. Hi, buddy. Yeah, you're very cute. What is the meaning of this? Apologies, my lady, but I'm as much in the dark as you are. It was the tournament registrar who spoke with Black Lotus on the matter. Not even the organizers have a full grasp of the situation. It isn't uncommon for combatants to withdraw from a match, but when it does happen, more often than not, something illicit is afoot. While some might consider default to be the sweetest word, I know that you do not. Nay, an unearned victory such as this rings hollow and brings you no satisfaction. As such, I have a mind to delve into what will certainly prove to be some dark places. May I rely on your help? Good. To begin with, let us go and ask the tournament registrar about his conversation with Black Lotus. Why are you huffy, huh? I've been playing some Breath of the Wild Master Mode while waiting for Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. I got the newest book in the series. I'm reading a book. What series, Raven? Yeah, hearing Lady's confusing at first because I was like, this is before I jumped in. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Lady Darksong. Yes, my lord. Black Lotus came and informed me that he no longer wished to fight. This happened shortly after you entered the anteroom. I assumed he would follow suit, but instead he declared its withdrawal. Stunned as I was by the time I had gathered my wits and thought to ask for his reason, he had spun on his heels and left. Where to? He was headed in the direction of Pearl Lane, I believe. If you wish to speak with him, I suggest you take your search there. The fact that Deadpool learned how to show up on streams to get trees is the fact of the day I didn't know I needed, but now I do. Yeah. He's a good boy. He learns tricks. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Hi. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was thinking, weird thing, but I was on a walk to go get a drink before stream, and as just a fun topic of conversation, what do you think is your hottest, doesn't have to be your hottest, but like a hot video game opinion you have about, so like I was thinking about how I feel like Mega Man Battle Network is the best version of Mega Man. It's like better than normal Mega Man. I don't know if that's a hot take, or maybe at least an unpopular one, or at least not the general consensus. I feel like most people definitely are on Battle Network. Or not on Battle Network, but comparatively to the other ones. I used to just go by Soria as my first MMO character, but that was taken a lot of places. Yeah, adding that little, adding a little bit can definitely... Oh, there he is. Oh, why didn't it just initiate the quest before when I walked towards him? I feel like it's pretty rare that we get... I may be wrong, but I feel like it's pretty rare that we get walking into a place, getting an auto cutscene without there being some sort of delineating line, AoE circle, or something. Well, I'd say it's time to come clean, sharp as you are. You've probably seen through the masquerade, anyway. Elio, it's good to see you again. As myself, at any rate. What is that face, Elio? Let me guess. You demanded to know why I abandoned you at the arena. I'll tell you that and more besides, but this stays between us, understood? Since we took care of business with Leovold and I left Ul'dah, I've been roaming the land like a proper vagabond. In the course of which I helped a child in need, you already met the little scamp. I came upon him one day on his lonesome, his face caked in dirt, a war orphan like so many out there. Upon learning what I did for a living, he decided he must learn swordplay and begged me to teach him. Wouldn't take no for an answer, a stubborn bugger, and he's been following me around ever since. Now those that came to me with threats, they mistook the boy for my own and took him hostage and demanded that I pull out of the tournament. If it were just my own head, I wouldn't think twice about risking it, but I won't gamble with someone else's life. The boy may not be my flesh and blood, but he's in danger on my account, and here we are. And what can I say? In spite of myself, I've taken to the rascal. I knew it was you from the moment we fought. Myla, my dear, you are as ravishing as ever. Spare me. At this time you couldn't bestir yourself to send a single goddamn letter? Easy on the anger now. 'Twould be the right shame to line that beautiful face with the wrinkles. That's neither here nor there. Now tell me, why have you returned? As hasty as ever, too, I see. If you must know, rumors had reached me of a free paladin named Eorzean, whose skills were beyond compare. Precisely how far beyond compare his skills became, I simply had to see. Nay, test for myself. So I made my way back to Ul'dah. When I arrived, I learned that the prestigious Ul Cup had been revived. If Elio enters, I'd get my wish. If he doesn't, I just have to settle for winning the tournament and resuming my wanderings. With little help from my old friend, I acquired an invitation and found myself suitably menacing full-faced helm. Being something of a pariah, it wouldn't do to be seen, you see. If you went through all that effort for the sake of fighting Elio, why did you withdraw? Simply put, to make way for money. Not mine, mind you, but someone else's. As you know, a tournament of this scale sees stupendous sums of coin moved, and there are some who'd stop at nothing to ensure that it moves their way. Well, turns out the Black Lotus was standing between an especially unscrupulous crew and their fortune, and so they took my boy and threatened his life. But boy! So this is just a weird pacing thing. It's like, why not just have Elio and her arrive at the same time? Because he's just re-explaining himself. Like, literally, this is just all what he just said. Aye, well, it's a rather embarrassing tale. Let's save it for after I'm in a few tankards. Someone wants you to win, Elio, at all costs. While I do not disagree with their choice of champion, their methods don't sit well with me. But I'm afraid the rest will have to wait. The danger is past. Though I did as I was told, they haven't kept their part of the bargain. I mean, to mount a rescue, and for this I could use your help. I knew I could count on you. First of all, we must track down these match-fixing, child-abducting villains. For the sake of haste, let's split up and investigate. If you could ask after shady sorts in these parts, I'll see to the nearby areas. A child? When the hells did he... See a bunch of auto cutscenes. Okay. Yeah, it's not that there's no auto cutscenes. It's usually, there's at least some kind of warning. But maybe what I'm just thinking about is I'm used to looking at these on the map and then not noticing. Hot take, Breath of the Wild combat would be boring without weapon durability. Adds a lot to the gameplay. Boring, yes. Adds a lot. I'm torn on that. I think the thing is that there's a version of durability that's interesting, but the ultimate version we get is often more annoying than interesting, right? Like, there's not interesting choices to be made. There's just kind of ones where you're like disincentivized to use anything powerful, and then you're just using weaker things which take more time. So I don't know that there's anything interesting about it, and I think that's the main problem. That and things have less durability than a wet paper towel. Shady source taking wagers in Ul Cup. Haven't seen any myself, but safe to say they're out there. It's Ul'dah, after all. My hot take is that not every video game series benefits from going open world. Is that a hot take? I feel like that's pretty popular, because I like Breath of the Wild, but it doesn't feel like Zelda to me. No. I would say, so what I would say, lady, is that if it doesn't feel like Zelda to you, I would guess you've been playing Zelda since the late 90s, early 2000s, right? What I would point out is that the original Zelda, Link to the Past, even to an extent Wind Waker, all had a form of, like, open world. I mean, even Ocarina of Time for its time was doing what it thought was an open world. So, I find that a lot of times, I think it's still Zelda, it is Zelda to me, because it's effectively the same sense that the prior ones were trying to achieve, just on a broader scale, you know? Gooey, good to see, glad to have you. I don't disagree, but I don't agree, but I also don't disagree, yeah. I mean, like, to be clear, Sam, I do think there's a value in a durability system. And I'm not saying that I'm like, oh no, I think it's just straight terrible. Because you're right, it can add some zest. But I don't think the options it gives you to add zest are usually anything other than one thing more powerful, other thing not more powerful. And so it doesn't end up being interesting choices, you know? Bramble, good to see, glad to have you. Like, that's the crux. What, you were here to laugh at me? Well, usually I laugh at Lalafell, but not in this case. Well, there's plenty around here hoping to strike it rich. Don't know about any bookmakers myself. Don't have the coin for that, but someone's bound to. Light, good to see, glad to have ya.
Gambling? Match fixing? Whatever are you talking about?
You know, like the Colosseum. Kidnapping? Oh gods, never imagined they'd go that. Oh, me and my big mouth. Oh, alright, I'll tell you what I know. Least I can do to clear my conscience. This black market booker, he has no established base. The better to avoid the authorities, but right now he's lacking near the gate of Thal. Say to the fellow the words, doubt the truth, and he'll tell you where to go. Now leave me be. And you didn't hear any of this from me. Weapon durability is one of the things in the game that seems important, but on practice I usually just forget about it. It just breaks my weapon in the middle of combat in every game and implement it. Yeah, I mean, like, you can implement a version of it where it's like, there's also games where it makes more or less sense, right, too? Like, a game that is about survival and accrual of resources, which to an extent Breath of the Wild is about, you know, can benefit from that kind of thing because you're already incentivizing a player to play judiciously with their resources. That's why it also works well, I think, to an extent in horror games, if done well. The other thing, too, is, like, I think it's also okay for a game to just do something that's kind of divisive and be the thing it wants to be, you know? I mean, you have to, I still execute on that well, but just because, you know, just because I don't love durability systems doesn't mean that a durability system is bad inherently, right? What are you gulping at? Pissed off. Doubt the truth. Oh, I said that in FC chat. Doubt the truth. Oh, a customer collecting, are you? Then it's over by the Sultan tree. Just so you know, it might be a bit noisy. My mate there's a babe sitting at the moment. Now I'm just thinking about Nanamo and her line. Oh, Sultan tree. I'm like ARR. Afternoon lights. I got to add that many fake gems were added to the cake too, due to the joke of me wanting to eat all the crystal gems. Raven, that's great. The first Zelda was Ocarina of Time, so I see what you mean. Yeah, it's just to me, Zelda was wildly different dungeons. The beasts are gone, but I prefer the old dungeons. Yeah, and in your defense, lady, dungeons had been a thing since the original, right? So I think a lot of people are with you. I love the Divine Beasts. I do miss the dungeons, and I do like what they were trying to do. But I follow you on that desire. And look, I don't mean to assume that just because you didn't like the open world in Breath of the Wild, your first one you ever played was Ocarina of Time, but I've noticed a very consistent trend that it tends to be when Ocarina of Time is what defined people's perspective on what Zelda's supposed to be. Breath of the Wild seems like a much bigger break than it does if you look at the whole lineage of games. What? Yeah, what do you want? Your clothes, your boots, and your chocobo. You want my what? Whoever this clown is, get him! I like the idea that Elio is actually starting to use more funny joke lines because he's kind of so over all of the, like, the day-to-day bullshit of some of these guys. Oh, wait, yeah, it is a Terminator line from the first one, right? When he goes to the bar? That's funny. I didn't even notice. Oh, is it T2? Yeah. I thought that. Oh, I don't know why I thought that. Second move said Motogo. Yeah, okay. The child is unharmed. Uncle Aldi, I'm so sorry. If only I was stronger. There's nothing a little training won't fix. By the way, have you thanked Elio here yet? Oh, right. Thanks for saving me, Elio. At first I thought you were one of the crooks, but you're really a nice person. Oh, and you're really strong as well. I'm gonna train hard so I can be strong too and look after myself. Allow me to thank you also, my friend. And lest you wonder, I haven't been idle either. Managed to find solid evidence implicating the ex-sellsword ode of our friend whom you saw me having a chat with. The brass blades have been alerted to this shenanigans, and they'll trouble us no more. Wait, did that boy just call you uncle? Aye, well, I'm a little too far gone to be his playmate. What of it? Wait a minute, don't tell me you assumed he was, you know. That certainly explains your black mood. To prevent further misunderstandings, he isn't mine. I chanced to help him, and when we became fast friends is all. Oh, well, it's not like I cared or anything. It's just, given how long you were gone, I wouldn't have been surprised, is all. Takes a lot longer than that to grow him this big. This is nothing to laugh about. Ah, but it is. At any rate, all's well that ends well. Just a pity the dreams match between me and Elio could not be. Don't be so quick to give up.
You've evidence that you were being threatened, have you not? I believe there's a good chance we can still make it happen. The Ul Cup generated such excitement as the Colosseum has not seen in generations. The organizers would have to be hopeless fools to forego the chance to crown it off with a grand finale. I will lodge a formal petition in my capacity as Guildmaster. The match will take place. Just you watch. Ha! That's the Mila as brilliant. That's my Mila, as brilliant as you are beautiful. The first sword is good as her word, my friend. Our match is guaranteed thing. When we finally meet in the arena, let's hold nothing back. And no hard feelings if I win, yeah? I will go and entrust the young one to the care of the brass blades. Pray, come and see me at the guild afterwards.
Thanks, Rebel, yeah. Me doing these quests, pushing these two together. Now kiss. Kiss, 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 fight, fight. I guess, so like, here's my problem, right? Is that if you fundamentally rooted if you fundamentally rooted the Paladin story in what it means to protect and protecting things you care about, all you had to do was make Aldous' journey about protecting his, you know, I mean, it kind of is, but it's not really, like, played into as a theme. He's just like, yeah, I'm just dodging the match, but you actually saved the kid, and there's not, like, any interrogation of what it means to protect. And, like, you kind of get, for the capstone, the Mila stuff. It's just not very strong. Like, there's a good theme to be interrogated there, but it's not good. Oh, Paladin quests. I think I can appreciate you more, but I do not like you more necessarily. Warning, do not lick the like button. That will only cause unkempt knees. Unkempt knees. But that said, recommendation. If you could just, like, you see that little like button, you just like, boop. It takes like 5 seconds, just boop. I can watch, I'm looking at the screen right here. I can see the number go up. And boop, boop, oh. Thank you, guys. Mila being jealous is funny. I guess I don't find jealousy that funny. I think her surprise is funny to me. But, like, the, like, jealousy archetype, like, story trope, I'm just not, I don't find that funny. But maybe it's also because I'm just, like, tired of jealousy in real life, you know? Quick click the button, they can't stop you. Damn. I'm coughing on my fake gem candy. I've been betrayed by the very thing I love. Also, Tam, for the agree but not disagree, I was just curious, like, do you have something about the, like, weapon durability that you find interesting? Like, not just, oh, it's adds a little bit of zest, but, like, interesting in terms of, like, choosing different, because, like, weapon choice and having, like, spears and, like, different kinds of weapons is interesting, right? But, like, you know, ultimately choosing between, I guess, well, here's to your point. It's interesting. Durability is interesting in that it forces you to choose between, like, great swords, short swords, spears. Because I was thinking more about the numeric value. What I wish is that there was no numeric value, almost like no strength value, and it was just about having to choose between different weapons. You know. But even then, you end up in a situation where you just like constantly only get spears and keep those around, but you still like using what's around you. It forces you to also use what's around you, so that's interesting.
My thanks, Helio. With your help, not only were we able to save Aldous' boy, we may yet spare the tournament an unceremonious end. All that remains to convince the organizers to host the final. Knowing them, though, it won't require much convincing. On the subject of the boy, I would thank you to keep my little misunderstanding to yourself. Now then, I must be about my business. Until such time as the match is confirmed, take what rest you can. You'll need it.
Okay. Let us start 5.4. Let us get back into doing that sweet, sweet MSQ. Oh my god, there's going to be voice cutscenes today. I'm going to actually be able to take breaks with my voice and drink things. So turn Aldous into the faraway paladin. Is that a specific thing? I mean, like, just turn him into a free paladin, right? If they had made Aldous' story in this, Aldous becomes a free paladin, I feel like it would have been so much, like, if the journey to him becoming a free paladin, that would be so much stronger. And just rooted it in, like, him coming to desire to protect something. Oh, right. Rising Stones. It's like, where are we going? Random question, Elio. Yeah, I always love random questions. Seriously. Do you have any job in this game that you ignored at first but really liked after you played it more? That's a great question. Not any of the tanks. I've been playing so long, it's like kind of difficult to like remember early back. I kind of ignored White Mage at the start, but then kind of have begun to love it. Began to love it when I was leveling it. Bard I've come to appreciate, thanks to Dest explaining it. Dancer I kind of always liked, didn't sleep on. Oh, you know what? Summoner. During Shadowbringers, I had ignored Summoner for playing the game most up to that point, but then I started leveling it for some reason. And I actually really fell in love with it. And I fell in love with it when it was a dot class, even though I don't like dot classes, and I don't think it was great. And then I loved it when I loved the rework. But I think in general, not really, mostly because of the roles. Like, I like tanking. You know what? Here's a good interesting example in PvP though. I've been playing I've been playing a bunch of PvP, and I played as like paladin and stuff. I just hate playing a tank in PvP. Sucks. It just in like frontline specifically, it just does. You don't do a whole lot, and you don't provide a lot of value. I mean, like Dark Knights can, like Dark Knights and Warriors can, like, but specifically paladin, you especially don't. It can be really like not as fun. But so I played Dragoon a lot in PvP and frontlines when I was leveling Dragoon, and that was fun. But I recently picked up Scholar, and thanks to Umino, and I've been playing a storm of Scholar in PvP, and oh man, Scholar in PvP is so much fun. It's really, really fun. A Realm Traverse, good to see you, glad to have ya. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have ya. Before we begin, I'm gonna catch up on you guys real quick. Light jealousy is wonderfully delicious, but full-blown jealousy to Kravy's levels is not. Yeah, that's fair, AC. You're fair. That's fair. I've noticed a lot of role job quests are about bringing the would-be lovers together. 14 writers be romantics. Let me think. Okay. Scholar, yeah. Asked, kind of. Not really, but kind of. Asked, Scholar. Warrior. Paladin. Samurai, not really. Rogue, ninja, kind of. Ninja, kind of. Dragoon. Depends on how you want to treat the dragons, but kind of. Monk, not really, but yeah. She's about bringing me closer to Hilda, please. You know what got me into dark PvP? Sounds like I need to try Scholar. Dude, Scholar PvP is so much fun because Scholar PvP, you can like, you throw out a poison and then you have an ability that lets you spread that poison to everyone, and you can use it from far away. So you can constantly be healing your allies and just constantly like poisoning large swaths of the enemy and dealing great, it's good. Scholar is required in team fights for the damage down alone. Yeah, and well, but I'm not, yeah, and also like specifically talking frontlines in the completely different bag of worms in Crystalline Conflict. Oh yeah, I wish the different weapons were closer together in power, so that was part of the decision, but doing master mode means you go through weapons more than normal, so that gives me the weight of the idea of, okay, I have a bunch of weapons I've half used, should I finish them and throw them and start going to try husband? Yeah. Also, you end up with the ability to pick up more strong weapons in master mode because you're fighting stronger enemies. Yeah, fair. Paladin is Giga Cheese in frontline. Not, as someone who played a lot of Paladin in frontline sucks. Like, Paladin frontline you don't do shit. Because the thing is that people can't kill you very easy, but the thing is your ult only protects your allies and does not kill particularly, and the AoE sustained damage you can do from it isn't very high. Your mitigation is worse than a samurai, and your cover doesn't help people, like, capture points necessarily, and just ends up getting both of you killed because you will take AoE double damage. So you basically, what happens is they attack them and you with an attack, and then you just take double damage. Paladin used to be cheese. They took off the free cap with your friend thing. They also just made the one utility you had even worse with your ult. Out of curiosity, any reason why machinists can't have the dual firearm model Whirlwood does just cosmetically? Gameplay wise, it would be the same. Cosmetically, because animations. Because you would have to, because having a main hand and off hand and having to animate that would be a whole fucking thing. And you'd have to reanimate a bunch of the attacks, which is a bunch of work. Scholar's required in I guess I'll have to try Scholar. Decoy, good to glad to have you. Try Scholar 2. I had such a hard time getting into Scholar in general since I never leveled it. Well, the nice thing is that if you just level it through PvP, you won't necessarily learn how to play in PvE, but you will have it leveled. Well, I guess unless you're leveling Summoner too. Alt capture points. Gooey, that doesn't work though. You can still be stunned. So like the alt capture, your alt doesn't make you invincible to cap the point. I usually play machinist because I like picking out people, yeah. It's monk I find hard, that and black mage. Yeah. I mean, monk's got some overhead for sure. Have you noticed Scholar Limp Break 3 has them wing patterns on their back briefly? Yes. Could Scholar make wings of light when summoning Seraph? In theory. Whether they would be usable is a whole other question. Like Fire Emblem. What were we Fire Emblem in reference to what, Bramble? As someone who's played over 100 matches in Frontlines as Paladin GUI, I can tell you it's not a fun time. It's like your ult doesn't do you much good for capping points, and that's if you're on point capture. The thing is, if you go in, if you're on a 1v, if you're 1v1ing, you can't kill the person, and your ult doesn't do you any good. If you're 1v2ing, you can't capture the point, even though you can potentially sustain. If it's a capture point, if it's a have to sit down and grab it, any CC will stop you. So it's very easy for someone to stop you. Okay, let's get it going. Also, Deadpool's Cryle coat is almost done. I just need to sew the ears on. I finished sewing the ears. Here, let me go get. Come here, bud. Come here. Good job. Come on. Oh, is this the wrong one? Oh no, you can't. So I accidentally grabbed his smaller coat, so I had to order this twice. He has a bigger one upstairs that fits him better. But the Cryle ears are gonna go on. I'm gonna sew onto here, but it'll be very cute. Hi, buddy. Come here. Yeah. Okay. Let's get that off. Yeah. We'll get you more comfortable. Good job, buddy. Here, let's get you a treat. Okay. Buddy, there's nothing under there. Can you let me in, please? Thank you. He tried to go under the desk.
Oh, greetings, Elio. Come in to look on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we?
My fault is it? Nice! Congratulations, Raven. Yeah, big recommend decoy. Oop, fuck.
Well, my friends, now that we have settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Is this supposed to be voiced?
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I have a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
I have a sneaking suspicion somehow my voice thing got turned off.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat. Not least is if we should prove that Xenoth doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
Yeah, I think I must have turned off voice.
Be assured that thou shalt find me more helpful than hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Bro trip begins!
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well. Welcome back, everyone. Lise! You're fine now, right? No more headaches or kneeling over? That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go. The famous Lise Text, former scion and hero of the Alamegan Resistance.
About to ask for her autograph.
I don't believe we've met. Really, it's so easy to assume that all archons are acquainted, but then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different. Grahatia, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Likewise, the others told me about you. Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victories in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
The ears, the animation.
Alright, I did glance at the report, but I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
I wish I could turn on my settings in the cutscene.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it? Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time. I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of the business about Hydaelyn and Zodiark being primals. A difficult truth to bear, yes, but at last we understand the nature of our adversary, and if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiark would never again gain his full strength.
Does it? Let's find out.
Even so, the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared.
Yeah, slash voice didn't work.
Though his power is born of desire for salvation, we have seen havoc it may wreak, and it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to this star. But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Oh, what do you mean? Is seeing my long lost comrades not enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and didn't take long for civil war to break out. It's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swaths of the imperial capital has been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we're hoping you'd come along. Well, as it happens, Eorzean and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide us on how best to make most of our visit. To Alamigo, then. Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into. Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask? I want to find a way to cure the tempered. Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by sin eaters? I'm sorry. A cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alice, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure. I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry, if not though, I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
What meeting? I heard of no meeting. Lead on.
I knew you'd say yes. I'll come too, if you don't mind, that is. mind. I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero. No, that's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
AC, did you not hear what we said? It is voiced, guys. It's my voice volume is turned off.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
We just talked about this. That's what everyone's mentioning up above. I was doing alliance raids and stuff, and I was so tired of hearing people's voices, like players like noises like that, and so I just turned it off. I wish there was a separate one for like character voice acting and then like voices in battle, because I keep my voice thing maxed, which means I hear everyone's like cries all the time during alliance raids. Yes, it includes voice acting and battle voices are one thing on the voice thing.
When I set out to save Halric, I think Abu was always at the back of my mind, and having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I am convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by sin eaters, the aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant, and though the root of cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Ali say, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when the child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Beklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition is long since grounded to a halt, and the combined work of many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but of their ancient counterparts. I know Alligans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility, where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports of Asisla, which means we'll be needing an airship.
An airship, you say? Oh, meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Misako, good to have you. Krista, good to see glad to have you. Elio, thank God my voice can finally voice cutscenes. My voice can finally rest. Game, no. Oh my will. Wait, Omae wa mo koe ga shinderu. That doesn't work. I was trying to say like your voice is already dead. Yes, ever do our Awakened Souls March Heaven's Word. Elliot, would you say Garlemald went through a Great Depression both figuratively, literally, and physically? I mean, I guess I wouldn't say... No, because they were going through a really good time, and then it became a bad time directly into a civil war and then a post-war period. So I wouldn't call it a depression, but I may be just wrong about what technically defines that. I mean, like, physically and mentally, I would say definitely there's a pall upon the people. Best part of AR Monk Quest is the guy that treats you like an idiot. Oh, not Simon. What the fuck is his name? Eric. Yep. Eric's very interesting. Oh, Tracy, that sucks. Fast girl, fanboy time. Thank you, Gooey, though, for the recommendation on Slash Voice. I'll try that in the future. Yeah, so crazy how Yida gets her Archon. Curious how Yida get her Archon mark, and I'm curious if Lise could have earned one as well, given enough time. Lise could have. If Urianger could have, Lise could have earned one, given enough time. I think, yeah. Okay, thanks, Thekoi. Zodiac looks nothing like that wall mural. Well, I mean, Hydaelyn doesn't literally... There's supposed to be evocative totemic representations of what people remember. I don't think... That representation isn't really so disconnected from what he is, right? And, like, the literal detail, sure, but the literal detail for both of them is different. Honestly, it reminds me of a Venus more than anything. Wait, who was Nerva's rival for the throne? Xenos. Zodiarch on your, you know, because the first Legion would have been loyal to the royal family itself, and Nerva's attempt to take it over with the third would have been seen as a, you know, a usurpation. Zodiac on the mirror looks really similar to Ascian's idolism, so maybe it's canonical depiction of him in their iconography. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be a, like, representational figure. It's not supposed to be literally him. The same way that Hydaelyn's representational figures there's a couple of them. Like Link attacking, spamming, or Navi's. Yeah! 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 Now I just wanted to be like, hey, listen! Except for like in Japanese, oi, kite! Gabutai. Woo, able to join! Oh, poor, stupid den disappointment. Yeah. I swear, every single race in the game has a voice you can clearly hear with a rocket sounds in the background. Yeah! Yes, there's going to be a dungeon that we're doing today. So if anyone wants to join for that, I think V may be offline, so we'll have to figure that out when we get there. The mural Hydaelyn looks a little like the fertility goddess statue in shape. Yeah, like a Venus. Yeah. Like a Venus, totally. Didn't Lisa's Archon mark disappear when Papalymo died? Yes, because it was a glamour. You'd have had one, but Lise didn't. Correct. What's next? We'll learn that Hydaelyn didn't really dive kick into him to Sunder. Honestly, based on some things later, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually did. There's a certain shot. We'll get to it in Endwalker. I give you Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones, and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. Hehehehe. Oh, I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around as a slaw. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard! Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month to get custom emojis, special badges, and the more fuzzy feelings of supporting your favorite archivist, like things with moving. Because it's expensive. Ironically, you move in order to save money, but also it's expensive. What's next? Hey, listen, this is my phone notification. Everyone who recognizes it hates it. Fair. She absolutely dived. That part is canon. It's shown in the mirror. This is what I'm showing the mirror canon, not hinting at it. Feature unlocked. Tataru has the craziest hobbies, even if we count that yours is literally to kill gods. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Asla, and Alfino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. This appears to be the helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Asla, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an aetheryte, beyond which there will be information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. So for those who were asking about tomestones and how to read them, I think it was Levi who we were talking about, because like the tomestone representation in Mist of the Realm. Ways that you can read tomestones are through things like terminals, like this guy. Yeah, but unlike Zodiac, Hydaelyn has legs, so already closer design to mural. Though arguably Namino's art looks more like a cloven hooves. Zodiac has legs, long shapely legs. Didn't you see the mural? And here's the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for reference to tempering. Where did I had a Gatorade. Where'd it go?
Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption. An overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Ugh, confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Isn't there anything we can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere? The question is, where to look? It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it's a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Hydaelyn. We can ascertain the details of the Hydaelyn control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time. Accompany us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hydaelyn. Did I unlocked flight, right? Oh, thank God. Oh, right, I don't think you don't have to for us, all right? Owen is a reference to FF3. There's the Tower of Owen. Tower of Owen. Which frickin' Ishikawa just loves putting Final Fantasy references in everywhere. Or Final Fantasy 3 references in everywhere. And kind of everything that's connected with the ancient world is kind of associated with like things that go with Alag, like Xande and, you know, Doga and Une in 14 and in 3. As is law, you unlock flight just from the MSQ. Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a second, don't you? Because otherwise, how would the frick-a-frack would you get around other than, I guess, teleportation nodes? Also, not a lot of people to give you quests, frankly. Oh my God, so we've been doing the streams where we'd go over the music, right? Holy moly, Mary Mother of Boli. Does orders as yet undeciphered come up time and time and time again? Does orders as yet undeciphered have Torn from the Heavens in it? No, I'm crazy. It doesn't. Or like, or like Maker's Ruin? It almost sounds like it. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be made to tell us the number. Which map? 5, 6, lady? You can just say the number for it. There? From what I recall the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the atmosphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Humble Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical. Returning to base front, recharging. I'm assuming 6, yeah, Tim. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. A force, for example. Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Where we send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the lock. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall they are known to form at points of stagnant aether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that this was in the records too? Ha! I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that the lightning aspected aether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with the equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard, if I may. I suggest we split up and search the Beta Quadrant. Oh, but beware of spirits. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with shards wins. What do you say? Very well. It would be my honor to come in third. It's interesting how the way it talks about stagnating aether, because it's talking about the aether not flowing, however, it's not talking about the aether that's not flowing being umbral or astral itself, because the fact that it can pool and yet be like highly effective means that the aether, the channel that the aether follows is weakened, but the aether itself ends up pooling because of it. Flows in more than it flows out. It's more like a blockage at one point. Yeah, that might actually be a better way of putting it.
Shame we don't get to use the bonanza more often. Yet. We may use the bonanza a bunch. And also, due to Tatar's grand endeavors. It's really something horrible. There's a really big part of the community who jokes about beliefs about Tatar being the final boss. It's terrifying, etc. Yeah. Put a load of aether crystals on top of that and you'll have a worthy rival to Zodiark and Hydaelyn. I mean, it would take quite a few crystals, but yeah, you're not wrong about how the community is in the midst of making its own primal. She's the money primal. FF also has an obsession with towers. Yeah, I think that's a fantasy trope. I think I think FF has an obsession with that mostly just because I think fantasy has an obsession with it. But maybe it's even more specific. Like to create a place that's a tower is like sort of an evocative symbol of something that, and is, you know, the saving the princess from the tower, or, you know, the wizard's tower, you know, yeah, I think that's why it pops up. She missed Friday stream because D&D, but yeah, orders the Undeciphers all over the place. Yeah, it really is. Kind of wish more of a Friday stream aftermath developed a paranoia about hearing location theme and dungeon theme. Now you're just always listening for an infinite. I mean, every dungeon theme, not every, the vast majority of them are a reference to somewhere.
Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer, where the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of prize slipped my mind.
If you remember, that's when you met Grahatia the first time during Crystal Tower. He did that when we had to collect the Aether Dust.
I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours.
What, no dramatic entrance this time? You really have changed.
Ugh, you remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all.
Remember when he did the, like, front flip off of the high tower?
Well, the contest continues, so you'd better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Elio, for bringing me here.
Of course, Graha. I think 6, yeah, that makes sense. Was it that bad? I mean, it's been so long I don't even remember the process to getting them being that bad. But then I usually do that, like, when I go through an expansion, typically the first time, it's the first thing I do. Something interesting thematically about the currents, but I'd rather not post the spoilers. Is it... Oh, about the stilling of currents? See, it's interesting, Tam, because you're right. It's interesting how that could be important as a separate point. However, what I would frame it as is probably more akin to blockages rather than the ethereal currents themselves being stilled to the point of non-existence. Although the aether itself would still exist. So the flow of it. So there's something. Yeah, there's something there. We should put a note in it, put a pin in it, though. We'll definitely talk about it. These are not the notes you're looking for. We don't need see our identification. Between the twins, who does leadership of House Levier go to once they get old enough? I mean, the sad answer would probably be because of sexism, Alphino. But also, I would actually probably say Alphino because Alice wouldn't want it. You know? I think she'd rather be free of that responsibility. It threw it into perfect, Tam. Also, I can't imagine Alice wanting to take over the house. Yeah, would just let Red Alice. Yeah. It's so fun and exciting to hear everyone make these musical connections. Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing up the idea in the first place, Musico. Old men can't backflip like they used to. He's not old in body, though. I had to make a new AC for Discord, so I would appreciate the link. Yeah, Ray, are you here? Can you get Tracy an account for Discord? Oh, I meant Aether Currents in Zone 6. Were they bad? I don't remember them being bad. I don't remember them almost at all. So.
It appears Alice had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now may I have the shard?
A lightning shard that fairly dances with concentrated energy it harbors. Handle with care. I wonder, so like, for it to pool, it means that there must be enough aether flowing in, but not much flowing out. And I wonder if eventually that aether becomes stagnant, even if it, or if even, I guess it's lightning. So maybe even stagnated lightning within a spot is still not lightning that is wild and free in an astral sense. So maybe it is just straight umbral. There's an interesting etheric conversation to be had there.
What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Elio, and not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission.
Wild, pure, and forever free!
Exactly, Tim. Yeah, Ray, do you want to do me a favor, Ray? Do you want to check to see if the links are broken on our old videos too? We may need to update them. Oh, we lost Nitro Boost? Do we have it back? Because if not, I can pick it up.
Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Habisphere.
Too short? Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Boost should be activated. It should be up.
Only one obstacle remains, the security system within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray, leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck.
Oh, thanks, Tam. Yeah, if anyone has boosts that they're willing to offer up, I'd appreciate it. Especially right now, because things are a little tight budget-wise.
Well, nothing for it but to sit tight.
I blame the Echo for our uncanny sense of finding stuff. Yes, the Echo giving us the preternatural sense to find what we need, when we need it, and how we need it. I don't know that I would put that the Echo, because Kryle and others with the Echo don't specifically have it, but it could be in our Echo ability. Could be, yeah. I mean, fair enough. Thank you, Raven.
I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one.
So the important. Writing a studium thesis does not make you an archon.
Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat of application of Aether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlene's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all of life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy.
I like that they're spending time setting this on 5. This is like a really good way, and like 5.4 is all leading into 6.0. Like major elements like that and other things are. I feel like things that you can miss out on if you played 5.4 while it was live or quickly. But yeah, there's a lot of like things that tie directly into Endwalker.
At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to death with anyone who saw things differently, by which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't remember you attending the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Studians of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it to be no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. And if a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out?
Initializing scanning for registered users. User not found.
To proceed as guest. Guest, please complete biometric authentication.
Blip. Verifying. Bloop. Authentication complete.
Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully.
I wonder when they're gonna pay that off. Like, they're bothering to point that out. I'm wondering when Graha is actually gonna, like, lose access to the eyes. An interesting time would be whenever we go to Corvos or, like, Mericidia, because that would, other than that, I don't know when else you would tie, like, an Allegan-based story to make that relevant.
Search archive for iconic corruption.
Bloop. Searching. Bloop.
One item found.
Iconic corruption in overview.
The report is locked by the author. Please state
Password.
Well, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Xande?
Blip, bloop. Password incorrect. Please try again.
Confound it! Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance.
Do it. Say it, Ali, say.
Password! I'm kind of brokenhearted this didn't work.
The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct is in presence of his high highness, his grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden.
What did this thing just call me?
Wild Rose? Bloop, bloop. Password incorrect again. Be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated.
Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it's them. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones.
Thank you to all who offered your boost up for the Discord. I really appreciate it. Welcome back, Tracy. It was part of Azem's power. Finding things? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so actually, yeah, they do mention that. This is a really good point. They do mention Azem kind of doing stuff like that, so it would make sense to be dispositionally a case. I mean, basically offset all the bad luck of the Namazu by simply being there. The Warrior of Light is like walking, talking finger upon the scales of the universe. That's not entirely wrong. They had the locate object spell permanently prepared and castable at will, but only locate object was a cantrip for them. That's the answer, but only if someone else asked them to find it. Do you have a topic idea for an Archon thesis, Elio? I mean, there's so many things I would want to cover. I mean, I know that the canonical thing that I came up with for Elio when I first created the character as an idea was the relationship between Aether and material objects. So it's basically how everything is effectively condensed Aether. I accept that this is canon. I always thought it's not writing the thesis, it's presenting it that makes you an Archon. No, so there is an Archon, there's the studium thesis, and then, like, in order to, you have to deliver, there's a studium thesis, and then there's the Archon thesis. However, there's some people like Thancred, there's no implication that they did like any kind of major presentation. Oh man, it's been a while. I used to have a bunch of notes on this, like exactly what the like process is as far as we knew. I forget, my bad. Do you think Elegant Empire is depicted in folklore and included a section about Lambs of Dalamud? No, because Dalamud wasn't known to be... So Lambs of Dalamud would have been new. And the other thing is that the Dalamud at the time when they started to form wasn't known to be a... Until it was starting to fall, wasn't known to be a space station. You know, Lambs are a modern cult, not related to Elegants, really, yeah. Now, does this preternatural look tracking ability stem from our soul and who we were in a past life? That's what we were discussing, Light, yeah. That's 100% my read on it. I think it's a fair enough read. They are literally praising the mythological piece of Elegant technology. Right, but no one knew it was ever... Remember, for all of history post-Aleg's fall, Dalamud was believed to just be a red moon. So it wasn't known that it was a space station until it started to fall to the vast majority of people. It's basically IT nightmare, yeah. I had to think that this is the girl that graduated the studium so young. Point gently to combat application of English. She's a jock of the studium on an athletic scholarship. You're not wrong. I like how Graha speaks like a little password field, but to you and Alex, literally mocks your variance. Yeah. Yeah, literally Dalamud was the Hound of Menfida in people's. Like, they was believed to just be a celestial body.
I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid waking up. Since waking up, Rambros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business.
Probably in Bosnia.
Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone, but come, let us be on our way.
Trying to think about Allegan folklore and Ally.
Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we?
The other thing to remember is, like, there's another really important thing. Allag, for us, we've been to Azazla, we've seen all the things we've seen. During 1.0 and before, Allag was effectively a mythical civilization. It was like the unsundered world. Like, it was a thing that people weren't sure if it was real or myth. So only some people were fairly certain that there was evidence. Post Dalamud falling and the destruction at Ra and the like revealing of Allegan structures that came with it, it's became a much more commonly known fact. But for a long time, throughout most of the 6th Astral Era, Allag was just a myth. So like it in folklore would make more sense. Allagans were truly ahead of their time with password protection in their OS. Is Alizé old enough to be a handmaiden to Allegan royals? Do you have to be a certain age to be a handmaiden? I feel like you could be any age and be a handmaiden. You need to protect your password, just like the Allegans. That's why this video is sponsored by... Now I'm trying to think of like an Allegan name that would work. Xande VPN. Amon VPN instead of NordVPN. Amon VPN.
Wonderful news, Elio. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Krile?
Pretty much, yeah. That's definitely its only real purpose and all that it caused, Infinite. Yep.
As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to the recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the province have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the 3rd Legion, which is aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus? Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict, and so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they've decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue with exploring new avenues for peace. Given the time, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order, ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lominsins in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alfino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we are dealing with the Attempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed.
Oh, and on the cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives.
The lambs themselves aren't related to Alligans in the...
Yeah, well, so they are Fantastic Doom Cult, but I understand why people would think, like, oh, Fairy Tale and Allag, because of the fact that the lambs worship Dalamud. And if you knew that Dalamud was an Allagan construct, then why would you worship... Yeah. Are tombstones supposed to be something people didn't have before the moon's fall? Then I would have figured archaeologists knew of Alligans. So like, the Sons of St. Koinak, let me see if I can find it. The Sons of St. Koinak, literally part of, like, their thing was trying to prove that Allag existed. Like some ruins that existed... Here, there's an entry on this in EE1. Where are you?
St. Koinak's find, yeah. Approximately 5,000 years ago, Eorzean civilization reached what we can arguably be considered its peak, at the least in the sense of technological advancements. North and rise, falling section exams rise of the runs probably. Nearly 6 centuries ago, a determined young man in Uldot. So this is what I'm talking about. So some people knew, like some archaeologists knew, but this is the story effectively of how this, like, kind of study of Allag even came to be at all. Nearly 6 centuries ago, a determined young man in Ul'dah by the name of Koinak would stumble upon what would prove to be the greatest discovery of the Sixth Astral Era, relics of the great Allagan Empire. An order of Nalthal seminarian, Koinak was immensely clever, consistently receiving the highest marks amongst his peers. The order had high hopes for the young prodigy and envisioned him a future leader in the church. These hopes crumbled to dust when Koinak became infatuated with the stories of a long-lost empire, briefly mentioned in Holy Scripture, Allag. Despite being less than a year from graduation, he abruptly abandoned his studies and began a fervent pursuit of knowledge on the subject. Most in the order regarded Allag as best as allegory. Turning a deaf ear to the pleas of his professors, Koinak was expelled from the seminary and eventually ostracized by his closest companions. This, however, only fueled the young man's passion to prove his detractors wrong. To fund his obsession, Koinak became a merchant, every coin earned put into acquisition of ancient tomes, to the overseeing of exploratory digs in remote locations across the realm. It was not until the year before he passed away, over 5 decades after his search began, that Koinak finally found what he was looking for, in sparsely populated corner of Mordona. Once a laughingstock in academic circles, Koinak was now a hero. Universities begged him to join their staff, which sponsors from across Eorzea showered him with coin to finance further excavations. Further vindication was achieved after his death when he was canonized, not by the order which forsook him, but by the followers of Althik, the Keeper. Koinak's name lives on to this day in St. Koinak's Find, an organization dedicated to the continuation of the eponymous archaeologist's work. So, like, there was discoveries of some Allagan things, right? But the level to which it was or was not mythological, things like the Crystal Tower, Aziz Law, any number of their stuff beyond things like St. Koinak's Find were ambiguous. The other thing is that there wasn't tools to be able to decipher tombstones, so they were effectively for centuries useless. Most people didn't even know that they were worth anything. They used to be believers, but a large majority of the Mams are cultists, not all of them, most. Well, I mean, the Lambs is all Doomsday cult, so they're all cultists, really. Some of them forsake the cult, but they are all cultists. Garleans knew about Allagans for a while, using and adapting the text before invading. Yes, but that was what I was saying. So, for instance, like, the Garleans knew about them, but that's mostly because of, one, their adapting of that has only existed within the past 10 to 20 years, and that's why I was saying the vast majority of people. Like, for instance, even the vast majority of Garleans don't know much about Allag or anything. You have people like Metis, like Sid's father, right, who knew about the lunar transmitter or the Corvosi. But you also had it because Solus was Solus was
Emmett, and Emmett knew about Allag, so you could take advantage of like that knowledge and use it to his own ends. I don't remember exactly why they followed the Dalamud when they prayed to Minfina, but maybe they thought that he will relay to her their power, her prayers. No, the thing is that here, there's the Lambs of Dalamud entry. It was like the Lambs of Dalamud were just, as far as I remember, just straight up a doomsday cult. Actually, is it in E2? It might be in E2. Might be. I think it might. This might actually be at the beginning of E2. I told myself I wasn't gonna get distracted today. Told myself I wasn't gonna get distracted today. I don't know why I tell myself that. I never actually do that. Yeah. Okay. The Lambs of Dalamud. In the throes of the sixth and feared to be final sun, fear and uncertainty reign supreme. While most struggle to simply find the will to endure, some endeavor to take advantage of the waxing confusion. The most common beneficiaries of this chaos were bandits and brigands who lined their pockets to bursting with ill-gotten coin. There were others, however, who sought the different prize, blood, and were not above treachery and deceit to fulfill their desires. Tales abound of hapless adventurers who found themselves unwitting participants in the enterprise most foul, pawns of the dark hands that moved them about the board. The Lambs of Dalamud were one such group. There's much speculation as to the true origins of the Lambs. Most believe their inception, recent perhaps, as an attempt to find answers for the pandemonium that slowly unfolded in the final 20 summers of the Sixth Astral Era. Others, better versed in imperial sociopolitics, claim that the cult is a strategic plant by the Garleans, more specifically the 7th Legion and Nail Van Darnus, to slowly foster chaos in Eorzean, while the Empire regrouped following their defeat at Silvertear Falls. And then there are still some who point back further, citing the infamous lost 4th Astral Era, a time where vague recollections of Allagan's technical marvels overlapped with re-embracing of religion would have proven the perfect sod for lunar cults to take root and thrive. History is rife with the records of ancient peoples who looked to the moon for guidance. The vestiges of those beliefs ever appear in the modern religion, most notably in the portrayal of Minfina, the lover. While the name Lambs of Dalamud does not appear in any scholarly work older than Charlie and Exodus, it may not be unreasonable to assume that they have mayhap existed in some capacity for countless millennia. This theory is further substantiated by the name Dalamud itself, a word whose linguistic origin appears to have been derived from Bahamut, the selfsame primal recently revealed to have been captured and exiled to the heavens by Allagans some 5,000 years previous. Lamb's doctrine teaches that Dalamud, loyal hound to the moon, Minfina, would one day heed the summons of his flock and return to the land to wreak havoc on the unfaithful. Only those who had proven their loyalty in life would be spared and led to their rightful place among the stars. It was commonly believed that this loyalty was best demonstrated through self-sacrifice and the upholding of their belief. The hound, knowing the scent of his true followers, would come to collect them in the 7 hells for the journey heavensward. Content in their anonymity of their worship, the Lambs of Dalamud remained decidedly hidden from public eye. That is, until a rare meteor shower drew the cult from the shadows. It was about the time members began to break their silence, claiming allegiance with their brotherhood, and actively working to recruit new members. Still, their actions did not warrant immediate alarm. Local governments often chose to ignore the cult, thinking their time would pass, as was the case with most fringe sects of 12 worship. A sect being how most often the Lambs were categorized. It was not until the lesser moon changed hue that the direction of the Lambs' actions took a dramatic turn, a violent one, as is documented in the incident of the Owl's Nest. And then there's more about that. So actually, I want to point out that, like, AC, your point is kind of fair that you could categorize some of them. More akin to true believers. However, I would say that the text kind of implies that by the time of the by the 7th Umbral Calamity, they are effectively all pivoted. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you. Email verification, Tracy. What for what thing? Alga technology is rather durable, so not surprising it survived a few millennia and a few calamities. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it was hidden underground. I don't remember exactly why they followed Dalamud when they prayed to Minfina, but maybe they thought it would, relate to her, their prayers. Yeah, I based on that, you could hypothesize a couple things. I think one hypothesis you could speculate on is the idea that some people survived the 4th Umbral Calamity, knew what Dalamud was, and that got lost over time and got converted from Dalamud having Bahamut. Like, they knew that Bahamut was within Dalamud, and Bahamut somehow became, like, the name became Dalamud, and it just got corrupted, There are also some families who kept Allagan technology, like the G Tribe or House Darkness. Well, the G tribe kept it safe. Yes. So like then House Darkness, but they're okay. So the G tribe. Again, my point is most people. So like most Eorzeans thought that Ally was a myth. The G tribe specifically did not let people know about Allegan technology. The Onishishu hid what the Tenkonto are and the what Heaven on High is, right? The G tribe were protecting what they were. The House Darkness wouldn't have necessarily known what the Allegan stuff was if it weren't for the intercession of Solus, who was Emmet, right? So my point is, like, not absolutely no one in the world at all ever thought Alleg was anything more than a myth. But the vast, like, the common knowledge, right? Are the lambs dog lovers? I would have to assume. Distractions are fun and interesting, though. Do the lambs of Dalmud see the Warrior of Light as John Wick, a Baba Yaga boogeyman? I wouldn't think so. I'd see he's just more of a foe. I mean, again, they're like they were doomsday cultists, right? Like, so for them, as long as they were doing what they were supposed to be doing, their deaths didn't really matter because they were going to be saved from the seven hells anyways. I imagine some of the cultists looking at Meteor Shower and unlocking something even deeper within. I would have to think if any of them awoken to the Echo, they would probably have changed their ways, but maybe not. I mean, I guess it's, you know, some black masks happened.
Oh, I love that they play Eternal Winds when they meet again. That's great. Sid! Sorry, one moment. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? Well, a treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you need to find the password into Allegan's report. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. One suitably configured Magitech terminal should make short work on identifying the password. Magitech terminals are what you need for tombstone reading. And basically engaging with Allegan tech a lot of time, if they don't have an interface. I knew I could rely on you. Now anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambrose. It contains an Allegan dictionary.
See, so he's giving that to Sid so that he can plug it into the terminal.
Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away.
Ta-da! In case you ever were... Literally. Give me a second. This is what a tombstone is. It is a USB drive. It's been about 100 years for him, give or take a couple decades.
Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. I turned on voice. Why is this not? Huh. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I literally thought I was going to get so much of a break of my voice today. I would, milady. I must, like, not save the change. Node open. The report entitled... Okay, you know what? I actually do genuinely need to break up my voice, so I'm gonna do something wild. I'm gonna skip this cutscene, and I'm gonna go back and watch it in the Unending Journey. Because I also just need to make sure that this is actually... No, it just wasn't voiced. Okay, well that's fine. I'm gonna go watch the Unending Journey quick. Might need to restart the game. Okay. I'm certain that one was supposed to be voiced, right? Here, we can test it. I feel like I missed everything. Kathra, what did you miss? Like, what are you confused about? We can try and help explain it. No, I know that cutscene's not voiced.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our
Okay. It's just not working. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna pull it up on YouTube real quick because also it's not, for some reason, it's not in the, it's not in the thing. Okie doke. Alternatively, here, what we can do, I'm just going to do this out of order. I'm just going to go back, and then I'll be able to access it once I finish the quest, I bet. For context, they try to open it, and it's like, The problem is you can't move it to the second notch. I know there's a notch. Trust me, Alara, I use the Unending Journey so often. It's just the problem is that there's the slider, but if it's grayed out, it means it can't be slid onto 2. Out of all the FF games, which seems suitable to Mericidia? I wouldn't liken it any one of them. I wouldn't like. I think you could take 10. I think you could take 2. 10 and 2. Sorry about that. Right, well Grahati and I configured the terminals, so I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Elio and Alice with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. I think the thing is that you have to finish a quest to be able to go back. Take them to Skysteel Manufactory in Ishgard. There's a ceruleum processing plant at Hydaelyn. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Hydaelyn. Oh, don't say that, Infinite. I'm already feeling bad about that. Here, I'm gonna pull up this. Actually, you know what? I really like that Owen thing, so I'm gonna wait. I'm actually gonna wait, because I want to do it with actual decent visual quality and Elio in the scene. I've just been having a lot of voice, not pain lately, but just like discomfort. Not gonna lie, audibly gasped. Now I feel bad. Now I actually do. Now I feel really guilty. It's just because I thought I would be able to immediately view it again, and I like don't want to miss out on the vocal performances. Why do the works need an IOU? Because they don't always have the money up front? Or because they're not like, because Sid doesn't own the coffers, and like you basically have to go get Jesse You know, any number of things. You stand in the sky and skill manufacturing. What is it that you require?
Issued by Garland Artworks. This promissory note is intended for the purchase of the quantity of ceruleum specified thereupon. Because imagine if it was like 1,000,000 gil. You know, Sid may not be walking around with 1,000,000 gil.
So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you.
Oh, wait, is this the scene? Guys, is this the scene? Fair, Infinite.
The ceruleum. You've come to the right man. Fair warning, though. The Prox has shut up the account of uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin.
I wouldn't say so. Probably not, you see.
Well, now a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Well, that is a problem. It's good as gold to me.
Guys, I think this is the scene.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Emeric wants you.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
The problem is Lilja's an
Since the
Amatsuno
war
stuff
with the
only.
Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion,
No?
I
Wait,
would
actually.
also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
A bunch of you want to call upon Estinian's lance, don't lie.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease
for
to
cure for
amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
So, Catherine, are you saying you don't know where we are? Currently, we are in 5.4. I should probably put the patch that in each for each stream in the title, shouldn't I? Like at the end. Merrick's pretty good. Oh, fuck, it goes straight into the cutscene? God damn it. Yeah, exactly, Infinite.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
So the scene I was thinking of must be in 5.5.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it.
They have engines and motors. I would say more like dirigibles or blimps, Catherine.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Is this his first voice line in the game?
It's been
No.
a while,
No.
hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to
good
achieve
choice for
that
his
which
voice.
eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 paths to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Good one, Sid.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto. Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Oh, that's cool. They have a little bit if you actually done Bosnia. So because we missed the cutscene, basically we tried to get into the sphere but then couldn't, so we're hacking into it. We kind of got into it, but we're hacking into it even further. We're basically, this machine is de-encrypting it to get the specific data
All
we
appears
need.
to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Said required for the treatment to get over his trauma. Well, I mean, I feel like to some extent he always has to live with it, but I feel like that the experience probably itself was a form of catharsis. Orders now deciphered.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Oh, Nero.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Honestly, this actually is a good thing because the cutscene we're going to rewatch is going to be really, I would say, if you're curious about the lore or anything, it's going to be really important about explaining certain fundamentals.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at.
Probably
This,
more important,
my friend,
honestly.
is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Yeah, the little Lalafell dance is very cute in the background.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Okay, before we do that, let's actually go watch the thing now, because actually it is really important. Owen's little thingy-ma-dooper. Yeah, except for ones with proper propellers and sails. Yeah, I mean, those are just... I don't honestly, even those... Like, the Mana Cutter's kind of weird, like... It's... How can it even like... The sail doesn't even necessarily make sense because its keel doesn't make sense? God, airships don't make any sense. Like literal air, like sailing ships. Because the thing about like sail is, right, is like you have to keel the ship in the water, and the keel can't be moved. It can't prevents the ship from being pushed sideways, right? So even if wind comes in from the side of a ship, as long as the sail catches it, the ship can't be pushed sideways because of its thing. So that motion is pushed into, you know, turned into forward motion. There we go. Now we have the second one. Actually, this is probably the Americ thing. Yes. Okay, so we want the one before this. It's not the most unrealistic flying thing in this game. No, I just like... It's in... Yeah, just a thought. I just Nero as far as like he can throw me. You never learn to fully trust Nero because you should never quite fully trust Nero. Yeah, he did Raven, although that was a different voice actor. Okay, so this just is unvoiced for some reason. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Someone get Graha Fedora. Note, open the reports entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Bloop. Opening report. That's Owen. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. This is very... This is one of those things where if you can only, like, really take away one thing, this is one of the things to take away. Said aether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when subject is exposed to the aether of an icon, this changes their soul, taking on the properties of the entity in question.
By way of an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause the subject's aether to become aligned with the earth element.
It's also important to note that they, like, just generally being around it also can affect it over time.
As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to the elemental alignment. However, further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged, or stagnant during the process.
So, okay, so the stagnancy that they were talking about earlier, almost certainly, it does mean that it has an umbral charge when the aether does not flow, which is interesting because the aether still exists and doesn't dissipate. I suppose you could stop the flowing, but as long as it pools, as long as it's not too stagnant, it would still function within that pool. That makes sense for the lightning. This stagnation of the soul is the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I wonder if that's how Solus knew. Interesting, I'll remember that. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it was fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and would shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So, not even Alligans were able to find a cure, or rather were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms the stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If only we could make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting this technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home, culminated in literal bloodletting. It did, you're right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that if it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests with this within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password, but it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid,
Why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Oh wait, a password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't have kept it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective, I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop.
Right away, Chief.
Things are about to get very busy. Luckily we have you to help, eh?
Okay, so that's what happened. Then we unlocked the terminal through computational effort and basically simulated the magics. The computer was basically able to come up with an idea of what the magic should be. Now back to the story. Some of the most unrealistic flying thing in the game. Da Vinci designed concepts for, yeah, like the ornithopter before they were invented, so it doesn't always need to make sense on initial design, believe me. Right, but I'm not talking about initial design. Plenty of engineering things don't make any sense. My point is that they are things that are in the world, right? The mechanism by which they function, like the benefit of a sail is kind of how that would be transferred into forward motion is more my point. Spout propellers is the peak of style. Dez, good to see you, glad to have you. Never cared for push prop designs, yeah. Didn't they say the sails catch ambient aether to help with flying mechanisms? I think that's right for Mana Cutter. We should be able to check that real quick. Supervised in spirit by the ever-absent Sid, Biggs, and Wedge, with little bending over by Biggs. Put their heads together to create this flight-ready miniature airship, powered by the realm's first corrupted crystal engine. Okay, so it's not that. They've said it said stuff like that somewhere. Mana Cutter uses boat propellers to the back forward momentum. Yeah, so Decoy, it's not that its movement is weird to me. It makes complete sense with the corrupted aether and the propeller, like the propeller systems. It's just, what is the benefit of the sail? They really did throw at least 2 people into Sephiroth's proximity to see what will become of them. That's allying for you. Contrast between Owen and Amon really reminds you that the letter M in Allegan research stands for morality. Yeah, Targe/cheering Wedge is wholesome, definitely. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to proof, but I'm quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. I believe this will work. Let's do it. Yes, as long as we are exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado, then, let us make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Gabu! The boy! The boy! The monkey boy! Monkey. I guess kobolds are a little bit monkey-like. Am I crazy? Are kobolds a little monkey-like? That kind of reminds me of kobolds. Return to kobold. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu to us at once. I love it because this is where you like met Gabu last time, right? I don't know, but I'd like to pet Gabu. Dog-like, really?
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Now I want Gabu holding a chihuahua.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with a tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
Zembro, good to see, glad to have you.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
You're not wrong, AC. You're not wrong.
Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn.
Come on.
Tis done.
No small amount indeed. Oh.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy.
Filter?
The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one.
Welcome back, lady.
It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Bright forge. I don't know. Pixie bacon is very good for the soul. They say they're finishing up for some. It's not like the exposure's bumped or anything. I mean, like, is it just close to the light? Now thinking about it. Aether reservoirs restored by simply resting, yes, and eating. But can you also eat something interesting? Yeah. What kind of food restores aether faster, or other than archon loaf? There's actually some stuff about that. I don't know which ones are, but effectively, you have to remember, like, food, we naturally, like, restore aether in ourselves, and like from the ambient aether drawn into us. But also, we, like, food is just effectively aether. So, like, but one that our body can process. Like, if you ate a crystal, it would be real bad news.
Well, this seems good as a spot as any to have a rest.
For years, Eorzean has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alisaie refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better
Both of them
scion.
believe that about each other.
If it's any consolation, she feels the same for you.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is.
I don't know why, but the bottom of her boots always make me think they're going to be like jet boots or something.
Alisaie, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
That is correct, Infinite.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Oh, Kaboo! He's so good. What kind of ice skates are you wearing? They ain't got flat buttons. I guess if that was thinner. Yeah, okay. I see, if you thinned that, if you made that thin. Yeah, I see it. Gaboo, more like gaboy.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alisaie's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Man, this little motherfucker
Your
doing
hopes
more than...
reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
Most people throughout history have not even been able to maintain.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alisaie. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether, and while Alize was able to heal Gabu alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Gabu's back reappeared back. Aw, that's cute. I schooled my first heard Gabu's voice. Aw. Right. I used to live in Nottingham. Horrible accent. I love how kobolds talk. Little walking thesauruses. It is, yeah, I love it too. Okay, if you'd like to join me, I need 3 people to join me for a dungeon. Meet at the tea tree if you could on Crystal Curl. Also, a reminder, if you're not in our FC and would like to join our FC, make sure to let me know and we can invite you. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first, but this seems as good a time as any. Come, let's make for a cave. Gobble Town! Gobble Town! Gobble Town! Yeah, pretty much infinite. Double manfruit trees plucked by bare bottoms. Uplander has questions, Chipchicks has answers. What do you do here? Scavenge, learn, build. The technology of Charlene is ours for taking. Flock learns much and more every day from drunken terms. They bring case with Uplanders' words and wisdom. But Illuminati wants words of wisdom and all for themselves. Chipchicks cannot abide this. Chipchicks likes having embiggened vocabulary. What kind of place is this? Flock wanders for many years, in accordance with Gabi tradition. But then, by good fortune, Flock comes to abandon the city of Charlene. Much wisdom to be had in study of junk and reading of terms. The decision is made. Flock must stay. Later, come like-minded Uplanders to share in spoils. Together we build Eorzean, community of hardworking, industrious individuals. My favorite Unshattered Brutes are pretty. Lady, do you want to join? The word she used spelled Sheila, the voice actress of Matoya who died. The word she used spelled Sheila. What do you mean the word she... I'm sorry, I don't quite follow, Tracy. Oh, wait, did the original voice actress of Matoya pass away? Sheila Steffel is the English dub of Matoya in Final Fantasy Heaven's Word. Oh, she did pass away in 2019. Oh, wow, it was a while. Okay, so it's been some years ago. Not to be crass, but I've always been fascinated by some things. So, like, if you have a character in an MMO, right? An MMO's a long-running thing. You know, if you hire someone of a certain age for something that you plan to exist for a decade, who's already in their 80s, you know... I mean, people could live into their 90s and stuff. It's just interesting to me because it's like, do you just not worry about it? Do you... like, did anyone on the staff ever have that as part of their consideration, I wonder? I would refresh, yeah. The adjective she used to describe Shola, which spells out Sheila. The adjectives she used to describe Matoya. Did someone comment on that? Like, or is that just like a happenstance? Because, like... Oh, I see. Oh, the long list of them. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense for how long it is. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, and that's too intentional not to use. That's... And 2019, so that would have been right after she passed away, too. So that makes sense, yeah. Because this would have been circa 2020? What was patch 5.4 release date? December 8th, 2020, yeah. So this would have been like a year later. I wonder if they ever have her come back, if they'll like have a different voice, what voice actor they'll use for them. I apparently missed everyone. That is really cute. Thanks for pointing that out, guys. I don't think I would have never in a million years noticed that. Did someone notice that, or did they announce that in like a panel or something? It was their way of honoring her. Yeah, that's very like very much. Yeah. Do super chat. Make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice. Cause it makes Deadpool happy. That's true. It's just all truths. It gets more views. We're actually running out. And do you like what we do? Consider showing us our support over on our Patreon. Goes a long way towards supporting us to get your name in the banner above my head, as well as at the end of credits in videos. And no need to, no special content that's put behind it, but it really, really does help. So thank you.
I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil. Very well.
Eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. Yeah, it is a very specific set of like words, of adjectives too.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
Did they recast her though? Because what's interesting there, because if they didn't, they had this audio recorded, because 5.4 came out well over a year later, which means that they would have had to have had this recorded like well in advance. Sheila Reed. Sheila read it? Oh, okay. That's... because if so, that's very interesting that they were that far ahead on schedule.
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away, and for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
It says here she was still Shilia Steffel.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the
Yeah,
scholar,
Shilia Reed.
Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Man, does sound very close. She's real good.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
God, it's crazy how close she sounds.
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the archons' bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Ray, is that the energy you want to have when you're
Well, that's
you're
more
old?
than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reach double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
That's what she said? For staying in cave here, I thought she would have had nothing but time. Well, she got her own hobbies, and also she just doesn't want to deal with other people's shit. It's part of the reason that she's in the cave.
All right, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiars there.
That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it.
Oh, there's sure to be handfuls of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to be troubled by the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place as payment for my help.
Fine, we'll do it.
Good girl. Now, if there are other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my Paragos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell who you are. One can't be too careful, after all. Off you go.
Do we have 3 people who are interested in doing the dungeon already? Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all. That's what he's... Oh, we have like 5? Okay, cool. Something, let them fight. I can let you guys try to figure it out. I also, don't forget that we have Paglethon tomorrow. So if you'd prefer to do Paglethon, we can also take whoever's there who doesn't get to go as priority for the tomorrow. Okay. See, Raven, last I passed by the tree, there was only you, so I was worried that we didn't have anyone other than me and you. Trapped in time. Eternally. Well, up until the point that at some point it's going to go back in time and drop off me day in, day in.
No!
We all showed up later. Yeah. Look, I'm a perpetually anxious boy. Every time I'm worried about... And, like, also, I know that there's a event tonight in the Discord. What is it? Is it Blue Mage tonight? Is Blue Mage tonight? What's tonight? Tonight is, yeah, Blue Spell Farming at 7. So I'm trying to make sure that we stay on track and get done in time.
Oh, is it Tracy? Yeah, it's real pretty. Greetings, Ribbit. Welcome to my good mistress, Relic. Ooh. Puro Rago is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within you will find space dedicated to making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein requisite ingredients may be had, Ribbit. I was warn you, however, that the place has not been played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. Best rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it that you not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I will show you in.
Matoya's Relict, now accessible. Matoya is what Y'shtola reluctantly aspires to be in her old age. I don't think she aspires, but I think she's resigned herself that it's not an avoidable fate. Yeah, or what she realizes she's going to end up being, yeah. Okie dokie dokie doke. Dokie dokie doke. Dokie dokie doke. Okie dokie doke. Okay, so we got quite a few. Who do we have that's a healer? Alara's a healer, DPS. Oh, Umino. Oh, Umino. Oh, Umino got it all together. Okay. Okay, so that means that Bryn, Brooke. Oh, Brooke, I need to send you a friend request. Oh, no, you're in the party. That's why I can't see you. Raven, Lara, and Bryn, we'll take you guys to Paglethon tomorrow. Umino, can I get tank? Cool. Sounds good. Bryn, Raven, Alara. I'm gonna write that down as a note, so I remember. Okay. Sounds good, Raven. No worries. Thank you all for showing up. I appreciate it. Let's hit it.
Random question. Yeah. Do we know where the Y tribe comes from? No, not in specific. I assume Dravania? No. It would be probably either Lenosia. Probably Lenosia is the my best guess. However, we don't know for sure.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients.
For those who don't know, this is
Well
Matoya's
to what
theme
the
from
Porogos
FF1.
say, or you'll wish you had.
Hi, Devil. So yeah, so Infinite. So this isn't a location theme. This is here. Before we continue, let me FF1 Matoya theme. Yeah. So it's first things first. We need to harvest some clay. The clay can be had at the Clay Out Cauldron, Ribbit. Through this portal, if you would. Technically, Elio Matoya's cave is a location. That is technically correct. That's kind of correct. Please follow me, Ribbit, and put down any pests that bar the way. What are you doing? Why are you being a land shark, huh? Allow me to assist you with the gap, Ribbit. I did not imagine this place would be so infested, Ribbit. Sonny of Ziggy! Ziggy was an anti-tower, right? First boss? The clay is just across the way, but you'll need to deal with the Mudmans first, Ribbit. It's been, I have not done this one in like a long time. I do not remember how you're supposed to do it. Okay, you try to get it so it doesn't go out into the sides. Oh, you want to get it sucked in. Okay, I see. Just need a second to remember. I think I've done... And there's a lot of dungeons I feel like I've only done, like, twice. It's weird how many I haven't done, like, only once.
Now we have our clay ribbon. Let us return to the interstice.
You ran this so many times with Trust to Farm Glams, and I still like it, so that says something. That actually is really impressive. Also, V, welcome back. Also, let me know. Good to see, glad to have you. Like billiards, right.
Next, we need to get the water flowing again, Ribbit.
Guys, water, froth, and foam.
It'll be my pleasure to show you to the Clear No Cauldron. Ribbit, please use this portal.
I mean, this is one of my fave dungeons. I like the boss. It's one of your fave, and you read it that. Jesus. That's impressive.
For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me, Ribbit.
Oh, you know what? I like that there's the Charlian architecture remains. It's not just like Matoya's stuff. Like you can see all the Charlian stuff. That's cool. Do we have a, yeah, okay, we do have a white mage with Alara.
Please wait while I move the lift, Ribbit. The little spring yonder ought to put up a spring in your step, Ribbit.
In case any of you guys want the glam, I will pass.
Bum, bum, bum.
I remember I feel like the first time I did this, if I recall correctly, the first time I did this when I was very confused by the water fight.
Another lift, Ribbit, in just a moment.
Kind of reminds you of Ritterana.
I sense a mischievous presence, Ribbit. Please take care of it.
Let's play! Let's play!
That Teehee's just scared Deadpool.
Water becomes spear, things of flesh and bone to pierce! Water flows so swift, wash away and set to drift. Ah, such fun! More water! We need more water!
Oop, wrong one. Singing in the rain.
No! All my water's gone! But I can't lose! I won't!
That's a fucking powerful Nixie.
Why won't you get hit? Water, water, froth and foam. All right, I give up, you win.
The water is flowing again, Ribbit. Let's head back. Insatiable really makes you feel that you fight some bloodthirsty world medicine on a bunch of unruly elementals.
Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln.
Step right through, Ribbit, and I will guide you safely through the kiln fire cauldron. Dude, I love this part. It's so pretty. I remember that. Yeah.
Ah! Primary colors!
Off we go, Ribbit. Please try not to fall behind. What the? Ribbit? A little magma can't stop us, Ribbit.
Oh, I beg to differ.
This is like someone fucking melted a box of Crayola on a geological scale. Ribbit, that's a big brute again. Do they? Because of molten aether crystals? That's interesting. I suppose that makes a form of sense. Crystals are just crystalline forms of aether. There's no reason they couldn't manifest in this form. You'd think you'd see it more often in other places, but well, no, because the place itself isn't specifically fire aspected. Because yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. Honestly, I smite this fiend once and for all. Ribbit. I don't even know how you're technically supposed to pronounce. I always said faux bad, but I don't know, like, I don't even know what cultural origin it has for, like, where faux bad. I don't know if it's, like, Grecian or... What a fiery battle that was. I don't mean the magma. Your destination awaits. This is interesting. Take care of the kiln, Ribbit. Oh. Okay, it wasn't really even a boss. I guess because we already had at that point 2 bosses. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right, it's time to bake ourselves a proxy. And if you've never noticed, by the way, if you look in the background, FF1 warrior, FF1 monk. I don't know what that is actually off the top of my head. Black mage over there. I think there's a white mage in the background behind it too. See, you can see the black mage right there.
Right then, let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
You've heard of Build-A-Bear, now here's your Build-A-Porksy. Porcelain, Mother Porksy. I'm so mad I don't remember, I think it was Japan or China or somewhere, they released a King Porksy mount. I hope they do that release that here sometime. Okay, guys. There's the white mage over there. Let's do this.
right. Let's see how well you handle the big girl.
That's what he said?
Is it also overpriced as hell?
Yes, but it's about the experience.
I definitely set her here on purpose and definitely knew she was going to go all the way to the other side. Honestly, this is fun. Oh no! We lost him, no! She's hidden herself. Find her quick or you'll be in for a world of pain. Oh. That's cool. That's cool. I want to see more mechanics like that in dungeons. That's cool. I totally forgot about that. Tenderloin. So you some tenderloins? Well done, guys. Good job. Do porksies even speak? I can't think of an example off the top of my head where they do. Anyone have contrary evidence to that? I don't think so. Demonstration porksposy. Honestly, I really love this battle. Really fun mechanics that are easy to intuit. Yeah, I feel like, you know what's interesting, V, is that these were mechanics that I had the hardest time figuring out, I feel like, of the Shadowbringers dungeons. But I would still agree that they're easy to intuit. I feel like that's a contradiction, but... Oh, you guys want to get a photo with the porksy? There we go. Now I'm trying to get it so that the animate. Okay, wait, I got this. I got this. G-Pose Savage. That's good enough. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. And onwards. Oh, we only got an hour left, but we got a lot of 5.4 left. It's gonna be interesting.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Now Porksy Mom can cast the spell.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
It's kind of shocking we haven't had it yet, Bramble.
A mere drop in the
That
ocean
look.
for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Based on the times we see it, lady, I feel like it's a pretty... My impression is it's a pretty fundamental skill. Like, it's like kind of like the basics of ethereal manipulation, I would say. That's my impression. Babies! 3 little porksies.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
So, very well, your first step is to gather necessary materials. Purest of water's finest of clay. Got those in the Fey Lantern brimming with Pixie's magics. My assumption is that it doesn't just Pixie magics are not the only method by which you can create a familiar. Clearly. Like, there's it's just a form of potent magics that were used to be able to create the Porksies in that case, AC. Also, the Porksy in the Pixie Tribe quest. Isn't he weird? Isn't there something weird about him?
Porcolonio. What is he called? It's not called Porcolonio. It's something else. It's something else. It's a joke. Ezel the second, right? Ezel? Was that it? Yeah, Ezel. Isn't there something weird about him? Isn't he like made to do that as a familiar? I guess here's what I would say. Can a Porksy be made to speak? Yes, it depends. It's basically a familiar, right? It's familiar creation magic. With Perogro or the brooms, they just have to create with that intent as part of it. Yeah, they do speak. Yeah, now everyone's talking about the Pixie Tribe quest. So I would not say they do speak. I would say they can be made to speak, right? Unless there's a specific line that contradicts exactly what I'm saying. As part of the heart process, the guy told my niece to buy, and she asked me to because an animal. Oh, that's cute. I have got Hello Kitty I got from Build-A-Bear. Definitely worth it for you, Ray Ray. Dink is staring Aether. Yeah, we talked about that. Now it's going to get Porksies and get the Porksies and you get Porksy. Yeah, I wonder if it's taught in Charlie since the Warrior of Light doesn't seem to be able to do it. The Warrior of Light does do it. I know the Warrior of Light does it in in 3.4 duty where you feed Aether to Ali say. You also do it in 5.5 or 5.55 in next patch. Yeah. Yeah, the pig has magic that lets him talk, think for himself. Also, if you start the Conjure, you basically can do it to as early as you learn Cure. Yeah. Well, Cure is interesting because it's not you just channeling your own Aether. It's also using specific spells, but similar idea, yeah. Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to a cave with Stola. They are as peas in a pods, are they not? V, if you're here, how many runs of the relic did you have to do? I also feel like the relic feels like a little long. I don't think it is. I think like pound for pound it's the same length. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Limits and deliver the good news to Admiral. A word to the officer in the Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. I don't know why my voice, I'm having a hard time with voices today. I should forget that. Yeah. I mean, all good. Look, we're all here helping each other remember the details. I have forgot more about this game than I feel like half people know, but it also means that I don't always know things and, like, you know, using each other to, like, lift up the like, weird little things we each remember is how we're a lot better off and we're more likely to figure out whatever the truth is that way. It might feel long due to the zone changes. Yeah, it's pretty slow with Trust. Yeah, definitely slow, I bet, with Trust. Like, how many times I ran, I still didn't get my class. You still did it? Well, then let's run it. Let's do some runs of it. It'll be fun. Oh, if only it was like a 70-something dungeon, we could use it for leveling Elio.
Why, Private Forcherant, ever a welcome sight. Tidings from the Admiral, you say? She's pleasantly receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me.
Oh, that's a good point, Infinite. I don't remember. We can pull up that cutscene, though. Oh. Oh, it's not voiced? What the fuck do you mean it's not voiced? Okay, give me a second. Okay. My friends, whatever brings you here to this day? We found a cure for tempering. Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as we have been in awe of you, Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa, and the production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Bah, even to speak of thus divides us. Oh! I know this theme. Welcome as it is, the cure will not guarantee a reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. This is something that they started establishing even as early as 2.2. Twas I who moved the Alliance to renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to those shores some 7 centuries past, we Laminsons have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagins for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. You stole it during 2.2. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Villebrin than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners did not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfier, has been bedridden for some while, with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, in his right hand leads a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence amongst their ranks. Save for his disdain of authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogue with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us. We have a nose for truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. Shall I look forward to hearing what you have when you return? What you learn when you return. Good luck.
Okay, real quick. In the shot with everyone. It is Reen, Alfino, Alice, Y'shtola, Eorzean J. There is no. Ooh, my god, my bad. There is no Thancred. The others in the final battle. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha, I forgot about that. Did Thancred? Yeah, we got that. It might feel long due to the zone changes. He just shattered the Orsay Golfadap. The Porksy with the hat is Ezil the second. Yeah. The amount of time I heard Elio say, wait, this isn't voice just today because between the Prey MSQ VOD and this stream is kind of funny. Yeah, it's funny. Welcome back, Isago. Good thing that the Saga Priest barely speaks. That fish gasping for air on dry land can't be good for vocal cords. It is talking to a blaster. It's actually kind of fun. Sounds good, Deathberry. Enjoy your feel. Food.
By way of first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know of this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, Elio, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers.
Wait, is it Azil ill? Azel ill? Not... It just looked like 2. That's funny.
This is why uppercase I should never not have the top bars, the top and bottom bars. That shit's too important. Actually, now I'm curious. If we copy paste that from the into like, do I have something? Okay, cool. According to this, when I'm copy pasting it right now, and it's saying it's doing the double I, which typically would be. No, it is the second. It's not. So his name in Japanese is Iziru ni like Nisei, which is literally Azil the second. It's not ill. No, AC, that's incorrect. Here, like here, I'll Hey, you want to know about Sicard? He's a wily bugger, at ease. Found some clever ways to make some coins that say and traded for a Monscat. Place old Hilfier side. That was the time we raced executioner for our pick of the Empire's fleet, but Garling had gone and had him within days of him. Oh, to which we all had us look for ways to make ends meet. What with the jumped up build trash Sicard land and the justice, whatever it may be. Not that we Sirens are struggling in mind. We do well enough to garden the fish in boats from the fishbacks other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for the troubles. See, quality stuff has a bargain price. This was passed to our sisters that can't sell on account of getting old or wounded, or a child, and they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Ah, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Yeah, it's the second. Yeah. I mean, literally, the Japanese is literally the name, like, with the kanji and stuff. It's literally, like, the second of his name. Like, it would be the same as we do in English with, like, the second. Also, like, there's a difference between, like, the Pixie naming convention and the New Mo naming convention, too. Like, and the New Mo would also, you know, are learned in different ways. Night, Tracy! Hope to see you around soon. Capital I should always have the serifs, yeah. Now this is time, it's definitely pirates. No, seriously. Started. Yeah. Oh, I miss bike riding, Mizugo. I used to ride my bike everywhere, but I haven't, because I now only work exclusively from home, I never have justification to get out, and I'm usually always either streaming or playing something, or like playing something, or like working on something, like collecting footage and stuff. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that of the bloody executioner's experience and marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this matter is a matter of some debate. As you know, the Thalacracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. Cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how then are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secrets, they are not to like to share it with the rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. I love that the voice actor for him is just straight up Xenos. For Carvalin. It's literally like just friendly Xenos. Okay, who here can relate to feeling like they should get out more? Carvalin? Yeah. You mean Xenos is not friendly? Not in the most pleasant ways, no. Aw, damn, it's below us. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna take the door down. I don't feel like I should get out more because I like being a hermit. Okay. Fair. Same, yeah, V says, yeah.
See, I wish I had someone to... Actually, one of my partners kind of likes road trips, and so I luckily have reasons to get dragged across the U.S. But I feel like... I feel like most of the people I know are also kind of homebodies to certain extents. So, like, not that I have to be the prevailing force, but that none of us are going to be, like, the most, like, #1 pushing everybody to get out.
I see everyone has returned. Now, who would you like to go first?
Mood V. Mood.
So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sakaar turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbor Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioners' good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy battle fortunes, the price of crystals went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hori Boulder, who's been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the Thalocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made appearances of late, suggesting that the kobolds in Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of all their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have had no hard evidence as yet, we must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that wholesaler of the crystal had recently arrived in Limensa, offering wares at price far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Oshan's Embrace in Lower Lenosia shortly. I suggest we make our way there. I feel like I remember this being a Kern. Trying to remember. No, because the Kern's down at south of the dry docks.
Really, that lad has some range, but so does a lot of the cast I've noticed. Oh, yeah. What was interesting is the amount that the first time you ever play the game, I feel like you don't notice the, like, certain voice actors creep up time and time again. And then you play a second time, you're like, oh my god, that's just Yashola. Apparently vitamin D's helps. Yeah, I do not get enough of that. I get out plenty of things during the school year. It sucks getting old, so I can't get out more. Yeah, I feel like Cathra. I mean, like, I can empathize with that, and I will say that, like, despite being relatively young still, comparably, you know, to being younger and having more energy in that regard. Being in a cave is nice, but trips are good now and again. Yeah, definitely. Well, that's why I'm excited for FanFest. I'm definitely excited to get out and and it'll be the first time I've spent any really meaningful amount of time in Vegas, because I've only ever passed through. It sucks getting old, yeah. I have to take vitamin D whether I go outside or not. Not enough sunlight where I live. Yeah, well, feel that. I'm gonna miss you all. Yeah, no worries, Ray. Yeah, you'll talk with us in Discord and it'll be a good time. You got plenty of games and stuff to do too. We'll all be here when you get back. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Theme park food pictures. Yeah. Foo FanFest. That'll be exciting. The news will be very exciting. I'm hoping they'll announce a job, but historically, that, or at least we get we'll get, hopefully, in one of them we're gonna get the teaser trailer for sure. I'm hoping teaser trailer for America and then final trailer for Japan, but we'll see. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he'll surely be wary of those allies to the Admiral. The Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Elio's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of the buyer. Graha is right, and even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel, but... Very well. I leave it to you, Graha. Oh, I mean, like, you guys remember what happened with EE3? If it's Mericidia, you're gonna see me, like, not only do some dancing, you're gonna see me throwing myself at the wall real fast. I mean, to be fair, if 6.4 hints at Mericidia, the trailer for that, I mean... Oh, here. Cactar piggy bank. Okay. Heads deep, tails high. Okay.
Got business with me, Catboy?
Crystal, you're the crystal wholesaler?
That I am.
But you're no merchant, so what do you want the crystals for?
Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give yourself away.
Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staves like the fine specimen you got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares.
Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouse. It takes time to establish trust, you understand.
Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price.
All right, it's plain that there's no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me.
Well, when he was playing the Exarch, he knew his role, right? He spent 100 years preparing what his role would be and knowing what part he had to play. This, he's having to come up off the cuff. Pretending to be someone without a plan is very different than pretending to be someone when you practiced.
It seems to be working. Let's follow them.
Yukio, good to see, glad to have you.
Easy. I mean, I can be pretty pasty too. I've got a little bit of yellow in my skin, which goes a long way to making me look less pasty.
Yeah, that Graha face. I don't think we have enough Aether to cast Flow. Yeah, we're not gonna disappear on you. Graha's supposed to be a... They let that Simon roll handle the drug bust, damn it. That is a fucking way to put it. Last time I took a vacation trip, this was like PAX in 2010. I actually had to look it up. Oh my god.
Decoy! Take a vacation, friend. Give yourself a break, man. They went into the tunnel, quietly now.
Cheeky and convincing is different. Oh, hey, this is the arena that they use in the guild test, or the guild test. That's funny. I don't know if that's actually in the map. I think they repurposed it.
You won't find anything finer, especially not for the price.
Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap?
There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Ogamoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So how much you want?
Ogamoro, taken from the kobolds just as we suspected.
Oh, that's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly.
Oh, it's sicker. Should go a little higher.
Shut your gobs and turn around slowly.
Closer.
I'm Sickard, captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate left in Limsa. So we established you ain't here to buy the crystals. The question is, what are you here for?
You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowledge of our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. We have our answer. Should Limsa Limensa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel, not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operations nice and quiet, because we don't know what, we want no one taking our business. Wait. Just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about Dirty and their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamoro and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on, except the beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Limensa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astralacia. I trust you won't turn down the invitation. I like Sicard as a character. I like his current arc and place in the story. And competence, generally. I mean, I dislike his shit here. But... Also, So the earlier things we did, the corruption and stuff, is all important to set up Shadowbringers, obviously. But what this is really important to set up Shadowbringers. You need to tie up the the tribal groups' stories and like the relationship between Limsa and like those groups and what the plan for places like Limsa are moving forward, because so much of what remains of the pirate way of life is rooted only in attacking Garlean ships. So once that's gone, what's the plan? You know, like what? And so taking a step, the 5.4 is a really good setup for 6.0, and importantly, after 6.0, like what the future after it. I thought myself a hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Limensa are not to be trifled with. But all is well that ends well. Gratia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to the meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa Limensa and pass on this his invitation to the Admiral. These days, most of my vacations are for playing video games, though I do go out for adventuring from time to time. I mean, that's understandable, you know, like, if it still counts. Taking time off for video games is the best, yeah. I mean, may as well. Not many people do Guildhast, methinks. No, they really do not. I mean, the vast majority, I feel like, of people who are doing Guildhast are people who are trying to get Mentor. Oh, fuck, actually, I don't think I'm supposed to go up. I need to be on the bulwark. Actually, look at all you guys. Friendly reminder, we are going to be running a blue event in about 30 minutes here. I believe V set it up for 7. So that'll be interesting to see how close we get to finishing off the MSQ. Private Forcerant, your company have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? If you're a rogue, does that make you a scallywag? I don't know, because scallywags, I feel like, partly about your behavior, too, right? It's kind of amusing that we're dealing with the Bloody Executioner. You do the Rogue's Quest line. I found Sicard irking in the scene. Don't let the Warrior of Light... Don't. Is it really too late to address for such a story wrap-up for Gridania? I don't fully follow your... I found Sicard irking the scene. Don't lot the Warrior of Light with you. Is it really too late to address... Oh, don't, like, throw the Warrior of Light in the same... Yeah. Is it really too late to address for story wrap-up for Gridania? What story wrap-up for Gridania? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back, my friends. What news?
We found Sickard, and he's ready to meet with you.
So that they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing the meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation, and would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness.
This is the first step forward in Limsa's history. Also, this is where we get to hear Bosnia out loud. I'll be right back.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
Oh, shit!
What'd she say?
Fucking...
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive.
If you want to know more about this, you can watch me and Near East Lore Talk. We go over a lot of this history, and if you could link that.
And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do,
Bosnia,
our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
She's right. She's
Rousing
forward looking,
words.
she gets it.
Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
Bad move, man. Enzar's like, oh shit, don't. Enzar's basically like, don't
Very
kill
well.
him.
As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
Look at her fucking face. She's basically the greatest duelist Limsa's ever fucking put out. Slickard does not know how bad he just done goofed.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Oh shit. He'll fear.
It's the captain!
Captain Elfair!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Uh,
Seems the
wrong-
whelps have been yapping while their master was abed.
It has a specific name, Yukio. It's a lung rot.
Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew with a good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
People need identity.
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. and I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief.
I hope a Sicard has a role in like 7.0 or 8.0.
Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
Yeah, the last time he's referenced is in
thanks,
ED1. Also, this is Ilbert's voice actor, and Biggs's. So you could say that his coughing is a bit sloppy.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Exactly, Tab. Sicard's skill, don't get it wrong. He's just not on her level. Yeah, 100%. God damn it. I can't lose my Dark Knight Crystal again, Raven. Oh, Kyo, I see. Boo, out of good daylight for stitching the jobstone. Is it meant to too late to address the corruption issue with Gridanian 7.0? I'm sad that there's a... What corruption? That's what I mean. Yukio, what do you mean? What corruption are you referring to? Yes. Yeah, Yukio, yeah, it's lore that's been known of. Like, we don't have a specific name in here, though. Maybe it's in Island Sanctuary they reference it specifically. You mean a role besides making out with Emmanuel? Sure, I think so. Those two, though, just have a love-hate relationship. I mean, those are good. That's a good, like, buddy show. Though I have anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. 'Twould have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. The great ship Vilbrins. Now, I need hardly tell you about any attempts to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail, unless their minds can't first be wrested from the grips of their gods. And so in meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leaders of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed at our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea. To kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving into the claim the northern reaches of Lenosia, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, the bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every elm of Vilburn bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their temper.
Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place.
And so we must provide our reason. I'll restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies.
Bait, they would welcome us into their midst not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy.
Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they'll attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priestess would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and there my ventures foundered.
Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm.
The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal.
I can't believe they used that. That's from Hullbreaker Hard. I can't believe they reused that mechanic for a plot point.
Oh, that's good. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alice would be defenseless, even should we all look to her protection. I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take the risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Hydaelyn would do, and I have not followed her example. We wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbert. So I'm going to cure the priests, or die trying. I believe in you. And I believe in you. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. Alright, settle then. See to your preparations and make for the camp overlook. We'll join you there anon.
Nice. I am too lazy to actually cook it. I don't know what I'm gonna get. What should I get for dinner? I've been trying to eat a little bit healthier, but it's not going great. And also, I've just been like moving and stuff. Been stressed out a little. You know the scene where Guru and DBZA just replaces Vegeta and Nail with Emmanuel and Sicard?
No! Stop making out with your boyfriend! I can hear it from here.
Oh, Sicard. Now I'm just imagining like Guru, but in the 14 universe. Well, I mean, honestly, you could just have him at the Battle of Cart now, or like up at the just in Binding Quells and be like, Nail! Is Bahamut just great? Is just Guru? You jobstones. My partner did order a bunch of the jobstones. One of my partners did order a bunch of the jobstones, and we'll definitely have them for background decor soon enough.
Alfino wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you. Counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us, and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for aether, you need only say the word. Gaboo! Oh. Gaboo, did you follow us here?
I almost said it like a Pokemon.
There's something important that I want to say at High Priestess. Express states, say, please, let me come with you, please.
I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected at the mention of my returning. All unfolded as expected at the mention of my returning their crystals in person. The kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you're ready, let us proceed to Ugamoro Mines at once.
When it comes to Gridania, I'm just referring to how we never see what happens to the corruption of the Whalers. What corruption, though? That's what I'm not sure. Like, there isn't a corruption of the Whalers. And if they slowly deal with the Duskwhite problem, it is prejudice. But no, but that's not the same thing. Duskwhites aren't othered as another tribal group. There's just, like, a certain amount of interior xenophobia against some Duskwhites, but that's not all of Gridania ousted all of the Duskwhites, and the Duskwhites aren't allowed to be in Gridania, and they treat them as a beast tribe. So it's not the same thing. It's also not that the Whalers are corrupted, it's that there's been a contentious relationship between these two groups that has never been fully reconciled. So, like, it's not the same.
like, you could say the same thing about, what's a good example? The relationship between, like, there's a complicated relationship between Seekers of the Sun, Hyur and Eorzean in Ishgard, right? But that's not the same as, like, the difficulties between, like, kobolds and limsons. And it's not that, like, the Whalers were pure and got corrupted or something. It's that, specifically, there's been a lot of animosity between these two groups for a long time that's never been fully reconciled, and certain members of the Whalers don't respect, like, Duskwights as much as they should, and some do, right? Like, it's not like the Whalers reject Duskwights. Like, we even explicitly get that in the we even explicitly get that in the Lancer quest. And the same way with Miko, like, Keepers of the Moon and Archer's quest, right? Like, yeah, there's some people who have prejudice, but that doesn't mean that that's all, or even necessarily a particular majority. Am I going crazy? Yeah, no, this is supposed to be it. Oh, it's because I turned here. That's why I was... The Aerthorite will bear us to the quarry. Should we make the Summon Titan as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. And, like, a lot of Duskwights aren't a part of Gridania by choice. Like, they either stayed in Gelmora or they made villages outside of Gridania. Not because they're not allowed in. Can the House of Levier adopt Gabu? In theory. At this, all hells will break loose, and we'll need to have an army of kobolds to entertain. Till Alisaie's work is done, just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Enzar do the rest. It's time to stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. A certain would... Yeah, oh, I certainly would, yeah.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwyd Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alisaie! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
The girls seek to harm Patriarch with vile magics! Kill her! Slaughter! Slay! Kill!
We must protect Alisaie!
Not if we have anything to say about it. Elio, draw the golems to me. I'll deal with them all at once.
Time for a change.
Yes, it's ready to go. Angelo, now!
Ah, what sorcery is this?
Alice, are you alright? His tempering is too severe. I can't finish the job. So one person's aether alone is not enough.
Oh, just what we need. You're not alone.
We're targeting Alice. Everyone, gather close.
When was the last time we faced one of these? Like, oh my god, why am I... The lighthouse tower. The Siren's tower thing.
You're in my sights.
But hard mode on that.
Alfino, let us lend Alice our aether.
Here you are, Alice.
Ferrosirius, thank you, Light. Yes, Ferrosirius hard.
Thanks, you two. I'll give it another try.
Bombs! We can't let them get near Alice.
Ugh, I'm nearing my limit.
Curses! More of them! Spread out and hold them off.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Oh boy.
Seven Hyles. There's so many of them.
Leave this to me. Stand clear, all of you.
Oh. Fucking just face tanked that shit.
Enzor's such a bamf.
Of all the reckless things. Alice, now's your chance. All right, please let this work.
Ah! My head! The pain! The pain!
Almost there. Elio, please lend me your aether too.
Oh boy.
You dead now, girl! Finished! Done! Dead!
Oh, no, you don't. No, Admiral, it's too dangerous. I've made my decision before I came here. No matter what it costs me, Limsa will have peace.
Slay the last one! Exterminate! Destroy! Slay!
Beyond this dream, paradise lost. Elio, a little more aether. Just a little more and I can finish this.
So interesting, you'll know you get like damage down and you get a bunch of debuffs because you're giving her your aether. HP recovering, healed, HP penalty, damage down, ethereal depletion.
Thank you. It will work this time. I promise.
Yes, this will do.
Yeah.
Here I go. Go, Angela.
Okay, real quick. 3 minutes, the Blue Mage event's going to be starting. Don't forget to head over to that.
Did it work?
V, if you want to toss up a link.
What?
God, that's horrific.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No, those are new ones, lady.
Why would I do such a thing?
Probably. Maybe I'm not. Maybe those are Gabu's parents still, but I'm assuming they're different ones. She said to summon Titans, so maybe you're right, lady.
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Ultimately, there's only moving forward. That's all we have.
Gabu, what are you doing here?
You could hear Gabu teleport in. I love that. It's a lovely little touch.
Patriarch, please listen to me. Heed, listen.
Hear, feel, think.
The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things.
Theories, good to see you, glad to have you.
I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
Gabu understands, it's just a cycle. Shit's just a cycle.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples.
I mean, this story is literally the opposite of that right now, AC, I would point out. Unless you mean those corrupted in body. Because that's what people said about.
For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
Truth that's torn from the heavens.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between
cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please.
It's understandable.
Hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation.
Plus Nim. Don't forget about Nim.
In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Laminsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us!
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
From the mouth of babes.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Threw away his shot. Aims his pistol at the sky.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gaboo does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Yeah, Theris is very good voice acting. Yeah, we all want to give him a hug, lady. He's a good boy. Look at him. Look at that tiny little boy.
Okay, just so you know, we're going to be wrapping up in a little bit here, but also right now over in the Discord, V is running the blue events. So if you want to go level up your blue mage, gather blue spells, all that kind of stuff, make sure to go head over to the Discord right now.
"'Twould seem we will have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next we'll help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from the thraldom. This is far from the only order, of course. It'll take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I'll say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only from Limsa Laminsa, but all of Eorzean."
Right. Let's return to the rising...
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
And thus does the first real step towards Endwalker begin.
What in the world is that?
The arrival of the towers. God, I remember playing the game, having those on the maps for like months.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
It's kind of like Fortunal's voice actor.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
I remember trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with them.
Nothing
whether they were
more
sending
is
a
known.
Signal.
Only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Funnily enough, that's also Nim. Like, the ruins of Nim are right where it's situated, which would be interesting theoretically. Like, that's Nim, the Nimian ruins down there.
We're going to be wrapping up right here, Deathberry, so thanks for joining in so much. Thanks for everybody for watching. I know a lot of you guys are already out at the blue quest line, but we're going to do the last little part of this tomorrow when we get into 5.5. And then we're probably almost certainly going to end 5.5 where at it's at, because 5.55 is going to be long. So I'm going to return to the Aft Castle. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget, every Monday and Tuesday we stream the MSQ. Wednesday we put out a new video. Thursday we have a me and Aniri stream Final Fantasy IV. We've been going through the older Final Fantasies. Friday, Friday, we were going to be doing music, but a lot of people couldn't make it to those Fridays. So I'm thinking maybe we'll do Saturday the music streams for a while, and then I'll just take Friday off to do some work. Sunday I have off. If you want to support us, you can support us over on Patreon. If doing so, get your name in the banner above my head, as well as the end of videos. It goes a long way to supporting us and making this whole thing a lot more viable. It's very helpful right now. I'm moving, so I'm going to be intermittently quiet, trying to get as much done as I can. But because I'm moving, the money and time has been rather tight and stressful. You can also support us by doing super chats or getting Archon membership, which will, for $1, you get emotes and all sorts of other fun things. Beyond that, though, I hope you guys are all doing well. Again, I think some of you guys already headed off, but I will see you guys in just a bit here. If you want to join us for the Blue Mage, don't forget to come join into the Discord, where you can chat with us, join for all these sorts of fun little gatherings and things that we do. Beyond that, if you want to join the FC, you can also contact us either in the streams, on the Discord, or elsewhere. But yeah, if there's no final things, I'm going to wrap it up there. I hope you all have a wonderful day and evening and week. I've been Elliot Forceron, and I'll see you guys soon.